back to my channel. My name is Sam from Sam Tech, and I'm here today with an exciting tutorial for all you yoga enthusiasts and website builders out there. In this video, we'll embark on a journey together to create a stunning website specifically designed for a yoga page. And the best part is, we'll be using entirely free tools throughout the process. And in addition to all that, we'll be diving into some advanced styling tips in Elementor that will truly elevate your website's navigation and user experience. Before we dive in, if you're new to this channel, please consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming WordPress tutorials and valuable tips. You may see some other in-depth tutorials on my YouTube page, as well as some quick how-tos and smaller tutorials on specific web designing elements. And without further ado, let's jump straight over to our WordPress dashboard. And if you haven't done so already, please install WordPress to your website. Enjoy the video. All right, so we are on our WordPress dashboard. Keep in mind that everyone's dashboard may appear slightly different depending on which version of WordPress you have installed. But the procedure will be the same for all WordPress installations. So first things first, we're going to need to install a few plugins. Let's go on the left-hand side to plugins over here. And we can see the plugins that already exist on our website. We have an anti-spam protection, which we will leave, as well as Hello Dolly, which is a default plugin that comes with every WordPress. So we're going to click on Add New. And over here, we're going to need to start searching for starter templates. And once again, we're going to click on this plugin over here, starter templates for Elementor, WordPress, and Beaver Builder. I'm going to click on install now. And I'm going to click on activate. So now we see that the starter templates plugin has installed and is activated. From here, I'm going to click on C library. Okay, we're going to click on build your website now. We're going to select Elementor. As you can see, we have all of our templates that have been preloaded, some that are free, some that are premium. And in today's tutorial, we are building a yoga website. So we can either search for the term yoga, or we can go through the different categories and find it ourselves. So let's start typing in yoga. And as you can see, we have our most relevant search queries that appeared on top. Some that are premium, some that are free. And we're going to select this one here, this yoga instructor template. And I'm going to click on skip and continue, as well as continue over here. This I always leave blank. We are going to keep this tick marked, install and activate the theme, import customizer settings, widgets, required plugins, content, and share non-sensitive data. I always unselect this. I'm going to click on submit and build my website. This usually takes a minute or less, depending on the size of the template. And before you know it, we have our template that has been uploaded to our website. Now I can click on View Your Website. And now we see that we have our template that has gotten uploaded. Of course, it has dummy text, as well as some images that are defaulted to this template. We have 5 pages over here that got uploaded. And if I go back to my dashboard, I'm going to click on Exit to Dashboard. And if we go to Pages, we can now see that we have our pages that have gotten created. About Me, Classes, Get Fit, Home, a privacy policy, publications, and a sample page. We also notice that we have our Elementor button that appeared on the left-hand side, as well as WP Forms. Now let's go to Plugins, and we can see that Elementor got installed when we installed our template for our website, as well as WP Forms Lite, which is a very powerful plugin used to collect email addresses and other contact information. Now that we have our website template installed, we're going to move on to the next section, which is going to be starting to actually customize our website. So please stay tuned. All right. Well, I want to take an opportunity here to say that if you're finding value in these tutorials and would like to see more of them, I truly appreciate if you hit the like button below. It lets me know that I'm on the right track, motivates me to keep producing great content for you. And of course, don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. By doing that, you'll never miss any of the upcoming tutorials, and you'll become part of my fantastic community. Okay, before we start editing our website, there's one more plugin that I would like to install. And if you've seen my previous videos, you will see that I install this on all my websites. So once I'm on the plugin tab on the left, I'm going to click on Add New, and I'm going to search for one called Maintenance. And it'll be this first one over here. As we can see, there's over 800,000 active installations. So let's go ahead and click on Install Now and activate. Now we can see on the left-hand side, there's a maintenance tab that appeared. And if we click on that, we're presented with this page and a pop-up. We can just click outside of the screen because I'm interested in the free version. And I can have a whole other video on how this plugin works. But essentially, now that it is on, if we click on preview, if somebody were to show up to your website while this plugin is enabled, they're going to be presented with a maintenance page like so. This allows you to perform any adjustments to your website in the background without it actually going live. And you're able to customize all the text and the images here. So for now, I'm going to leave this on. I'm going to go back to my dashboard. And let's open up my website in a new tab. So I'm going to right click on my blog up over here. And I'm going to click on Open in New tab. And here we have our new Astra theme that got uploaded to our website. And we're going to start the process of editing this page step by step. And I always like to start from the very top and work our way down. So for starters, let's go ahead and change this logo over here. Now, in order to change this logo over here, we're going to need to go into the customizer settings for this website. And in order to do that, I'm going to click on the customize button on my menu over here. So let's go ahead and click on customize. And we can see that we are now loaded into our customizer. So we can see on the left-hand side, we have a bunch of different settings to play around with, which we can go in one by one, or we can simply hover over an element that we wish to customize. In this case, we want to customize our logo. We can see that as I approach this header section over here, there is an edit button that appears depending on which element I'm hovering over. So within this whole header, I can edit this header. We also have the logo over here. We also have a menu over here. Now in this case, I want to edit my logo. So I have to click on this click to edit element button. And this brings me to my logo section over here. We have a setting for the logo as well as a retina logo. And a retina logo is basically a higher quality image for retina enabled devices, such as your Apple iPhone and iPads and certain laptops. So we can have a different logo for our regular devices as a default, as well as a retina device. So let's go ahead and change my logo. And in order to do that, I'm going to click on change logo. Now I'm going to drag a logo that I've created in Canva into the screen. I will leave a link in the description on a tutorial of how to create a beautiful logo in Canva. So let's click on select. Here we have the option to crop our image. So I can bring it into around the logos like so. We can also click skip cropping, but in this case, I'm going to remove some of the white border that's around. Let's click on crop image. Okay. I'm going to unselect this different logo for retina devices. And I'm going to need to decrease the size of my logo by simply reducing this slider to a value that's more appropriate. Something like that, approximately 150 pixels. Since we're in our logo settings, from here I can also customize the site title. Now instead of it saying my blog in the tab, I can change the name to Studio Sam Yoga Instructor. And we can see in real time that our tab has changed and our website site title is now what we just put in. Perfect. If we keep scrolling down, there's a tagline. So we can change the tagline. The tagline is going to be what comes after the site title in the tab. So my tagline could be welcome to my website, just for example. perfect. And from here, if we go into design, if we wanted to display the title on our website, we have some design settings to play around with, but I'm satisfied for now about our logo. So we can click on publish, and I'm going to go back to my dashboard tab over here. And once again, I'm going to open up my website in a new tab. And we can see that our logo has updated. Now the next things to be editing, the menu over here, we can leave it as such for now. And as we develop our pages and have a better idea of our website, we can edit this in the future. So let's go back to our customizer tab over here, and I can close this because we have published it. And now that we're on our website page, we can start editing the remainder of our home page. And in order to do so, we need to open up our Elementor page builder. So let's go to the Edit with Elementor button on our menu above, and let's click on that. And we are now presented with our Elementor page builder screen. And as usual, we can close this navigator button over here. This navigator allows us to view the contents of our sections on our page, and it allows us to hide and unhide certain elements. And if we close that at any point in time, I can open it again by going to the bottom left-hand corner and click on the navigator button to make it appear. So let's go ahead and close that, and we can begin our editing of this home page. All right. As we can see, we're not able to edit any of the elements in the header, and that's because it requires the customizer to be used as shown in the previous section. However, the rest of the page, these are all Elementor elements that we're going to go ahead and start editing. So the first section is our main landing page. It's the first page that our viewers will see when they land on our website. And let's say I want to change this image over here. So we need to click on Edit section. Now this section contains all of these elements. And clearly the background of this section is set to an image of this woman over here. Let's say I want to put my own image. So once I'm in the Edit section, settings over here, I'm going to go to Style on the left. And I want to change this image to my own. Now, if I did not want to put an image, I can remove the image like so. I can add a color if I wanted to instead of an image. But in my case, I want to put an image. So let's reset that. Now let's go to the image section and choose image. This is my library of images that got uploaded by default with the theme. However, I'm going to go to upload files, and I'm going to add a file that I've saved on my computer. Let's see over here. I'm going to choose this image over here, and I'm going to click on select. And now we see that my image is now uploaded to the background of this section. Now there are some image settings over here. Image size, we're going to keep it at full, giving us the full dimensions and full quality of this image. There's a position setting that we can play around with, but I'm going to keep it at its default value. The attachment, now if we keep this to scroll, what happens is the image is going to scroll as I scroll. If I change this to fixed, when I scroll, the image will stay stationary while the page scrolls. Now I kind of like this setting, so let's keep this to fixed. Now I'm going to zoom into the settings so that you can better see. So we have image size full, position I left default, attachment is fixed, which allows us to scroll and see the image left like so. Repeat, no repeat, and display size cover. One more thing that I can do, if I go to background overlay, this is actually going to put kind of a mask on top of this image. I'm going to show you right now. So on normal settings, I'm going to add a background type. I'm going to click on classic. And by default, it shows the color white. And we're able to play around with the opacity, which is going to change how much or how little this background overlay is going to be applied to my image. So as I play around with the slider, you can see that if I decrease this opacity value and bring it to 0, it's as if there is no mask. However, if I increase this all the way to 1, we can see that the mask is completely covering the background. So let's find a value somewhere in the middle where it will give us some effect. Let's say somewhere around 0.6. Now I'm going to zoom out just to show you how the page looks like right now. So here we have changed our image. We set it to fixed. In the settings, we applied a opacity filter, and I'm quite content with this background. So let's go ahead and start editing the content of this first section over here. Here we can see that we have a column, we have a 2-column element over here. This one is completely empty, and the reason why it's like so is to push all this text to one side, leaving this side blank over here. And for this content, we're going to start by either clicking on the elements we want to change or by clicking on the edit button of the element. So if I click over here, we can see that we are in the edit heading section, and I can change the title. Instead of awarded yoga instructor in New Jersey, I can write welcome to Sam Studio. And instead of this dummy text, I can click on it and we have the edit text editor. I'm going to go to ChatGPT and ask for some text. So let's open up ChatGPT in my other tab. And over here, let's give it a prompt. I'm going to say, provide me with a subheading for Sam Studio, comma, where I am Sam, comma, and I am a yoga instructor. Now let's hit enter. Okay, if we're not happy with this text, we can regenerate the response. Okay, I'm content with this prompt, with this answer over here. So let's do Control C to copy this text. We go back to Elementor, and I'm going to select all the dummy text of this section by either clicking it and going into the settings, or by clicking on this edit text editor button. Now I'm going to select all this text, delete, and Control V to paste. So now we can see that our text has applied over here. Now if we want to add maybe 1 or 2 more lines, we'll go back to ChatGPT, and I'm going to give it a prompt and say add a sentence or 2 to this subheading. Now hit enter. So this looks good. Join me, Sam, your dedicated yoga instructor, on a transformative journey to unlock the power, etc., etc. Let's copy that and go back to Elementor, and let's hit paste. So this looks pretty good. And of course, we have our button here. And if we click on edit button, we're able to change the text, contact today, or we can change the title to contact me, for example. Eventually, we will be replacing this link value to go to our contact page. But if you stay tuned to the end of the video, I'm going to show you how to link all of your buttons together. Now, if we're content with this section, we can click on update. And if we go back to our website, if we go back to our dashboard and open up our website in a new tab, this is what our landing page looks like so far. So let's go back to Elementor, and let's start working on the next section. So we are at the next section of our home page over here. Here we have a little area of our different types of yoga that we practice. Once again, there's a background image that we can see is also set to fixed. So let's start by changing that background image if we wanted to. Similarly to the previous section, we need to click on this edit section button, the 6 little dots over here. Now we're into the edit section settings on the left hand side. And if we go again to style, we can see that our image is over here. Now let's choose an image and go to upload files. And once again, I'm going to be bringing in a file from my desktop. And if we go ahead and choose benefits for, let's click on this one and bring this in. Now I'm going to click on select. And once again, we can see that our background has changed. Here there is not only an image, but a white background that's appeared on top, but I want to change that to an overlay. There is an overlay as well. So actually this background I'm going to remove this. Okay, image size is full, position center, attachment is fixed, that's okay. Now if we go to background overlay, once again we have our white color with an opacity of 0.5, and feel free to play around with the slider until it's something like that. Now this is 0.7 or 0.8. We can keep this quite high, 0.85. So now our opacity is applied. Now here we have images, which we can also change, as well as some text and our different types of yoga. So let's go to ChatGPT and give it a prompt in order to change this title over here. So let's go to ChatGPT and I'm going to give it a prompt and say, write me a heading for my types of yoga that I teach. And I hit enter. Perfect. So let's copy this, Control C. Let's go back to Elementor. Let's click on this element, which opens up the settings on the left-hand side. Select all of this and hit paste. Okay. Let's remove the first section because it's a little bit long. Explore the diverse styles of yoga. Let's remove the word taught. And that looks pretty good to me. Let's go to ChatGPT for this piece of text over here. It's a subheading, and the prompt will be now give me a subheading to this header. Now let's copy this text and go back to my Elementor page. Let's click on this dummy text over here, highlight it all and paste. Perfect. Now here we have six different types of yoga, which are represented using an image box. So if I click on this edit icon over here, we can see that for each image box, we have an image, as well as a title and a description. So let's go to ChatGPT once again and find a description for each of these types of yoga. So this first image box, I'm going to copy this Hatha yoga and go to ChatGPT and give it a prompt and say, write me a short description for, and then I'm going to paste Hatha yoga. Now hit enter. Okay, we have quite a bit of text generated, and if we go back to Elementor, I simply want maybe one sentence. So I like this, embark on a journey of balance and harmony. Let's copy that, go back to Elementor, and let's paste it in the description. Okay, now let's do the next one for Vinyasa. Once again, I'm going to copy Vinyasa yoga, go back to ChatGPT and write the prompt. Now do the same for, and I'm going to hit paste, Vinyasa yoga. Okay, let's copy this, flowing into vitality and mindfulness. Copy, go back to Elementor, paste. Let's go to the next one, Kundalini. So I'm going to go to ChatGPT and do the same for Kundalini, comma. Before I hit enter, go back to Elementor, and I'm going to copy the rest of them. Intuitive, paste, comma, go back to Elementor, aroma, copy, go back to ChatGPT, paste, and finally slow yoga. Copy and paste. I'm going to hit period, and I'm going to give one more prompt and say, write me only one sentence for each. Now hit enter. And now ChatGPT is going to provide a response. Okay, so for Kundalini, let's go ahead and copy the sentence. Copy, go back to Elementor. Let's hit paste. It's a little bit long. Let's remove some of the words over here and the comma at the end. Now let's go back to ChatGPT for intuitive, deepening self-awareness and intuition. Let's copy that. Go to intuitive and paste. Go back to ChatGPT for aroma, enhancing mind-body connection. Let's just copy this. Power of aromatherapy in your yoga experience. Let's paste. And finally for slow, restore balance and nurture inner stillness. Copy, go back to Elementor for the slow, and let's hit paste. So now we can see that our yoga sections have been uploaded correctly. Now let's click on update and go back to my website and click on refresh. So here we see that our home page is starting to take shape. We have my landing section, as well as my different types of yoga. And if you stay till the end of the video, I'm going to show you how to add different styling effects to all of the elements. For instance, I will do one now just to give you a preview. Let's go back to Elementor, and I want to add an effect for these elements over here. So let's go to the first one and click on this edit column button, which brings up the edit column section over here. And if we go to style, we can change the background. Instead of on normal, we can change the background on hover. Now, if we click on hover, background type, we can choose either a gradient or a classic color. So let's click on classic. And let's go ahead and choose a color. You can choose a color from the color picker. And as you see, when I select the color over here, it changes the color of the column when we hover over it. I think in this example, I'm gonna go for a lighter blue. And this looks smooth on the eyes. We can go even lighter. We can change the transparency as well by moving this slider over here, just to give it a slight style accent that is not too clashy with the rest of the page. So this is looking pretty good to me. And we can see here that we have a hex value for this color and transparency. Now, instead of doing this for each section one by one, all I'm going to do is right click on this column button over here, and I'm going to select copy. I'm going to go to the next column. I'm going to right click on the column button here, and I'm going to click on paste style. So now we see that the same hovering effect has appeared on the next element, and I can go ahead and do the same for the remaining image boxes. Sorry, the columns that contain the image boxes. So let's right click over here and do paste style, right click, paste style, right click, paste style, right click and paste style. Now we can see that all of our elements here have the same hover effect as the user will hover over the column with their mouse. So if we're content with this, I'm going to click on update. Let's go back to our website tab, hit refresh. And now we see that our elements have this nice hover effect. Let's scroll down and let's start working on the rest of the page. So let's go back to Elementor and begin editing this next section. All right, so for the next section, here we have accolades, which we can change to perhaps my awards and certifications. And for this section, we have once again an image that we can change as previously shown. Perhaps I want to put my logo in. Why not? And we have some text over here, which is a subheader. So let's go back to ChatGPT and give it a prompt. Write me a subheading for my awards and certifications. Let's regenerate because I don't like that response. Let's just copy this section, recognitions and professional certifications in the world of yoga. Let's Control C, copy, go back to Elementor, copy this dummy text and hit paste. Okay. Before I continue, I wanted to show you that if we go back to our website, we're going to have our section here that we're currently editing. But I'm going to leave it relatively brief as it is with just a few logos, because when we go to my About Me page, which we'll get to later on, we're going to see that we have another section here, which I will create a more in-depth section with information about each certification and award. So for now, we're going to just leave the homepage section brief as it is. So we go back to Elementor and we can see here that we now have a section with just 5 simple images. Keep in mind that for each image, you can put an award or certification logo if you wish. You have to simply click on Edit Image icon. And from here, you can once again choose an image. You can upload an image as well. And we can see that there is a effect already installed on this element where you highlight by hovering over it, and we can change some settings of that if we wanted to by going into Style, and then instead of normal, hover, and we can see that by hovering over the image we are increasing the opacity to 1. And if we click on CSS filters over here, this edit icon, we can play around with the settings of how this hover is going to look like. So if I increase this, for example, and play around with these settings, we can see that we can start changing the output of this hover effect. But let's reset this. And we can click on update. Now let's quickly scroll down to the next section. Here's the section where we can edit some statistics about myself. We have a fixed background image in the back that I'm going to want to change once again. So all I need to do is click on this 6 little dot button here to bring up the edit section. On the left, I'm going to go to style, and instead of choosing this image, I'm going to upload a new file from my desktop, and I'm going to click on select. So here, once again, as I scroll through, we can see that I have my fixed background image. Once again, we can go to background overlay settings, and I can play around with the opacity to make it more visible or less visible. So let's leave it where it was. It was at 0.85. You can play around with the slider, or you can go into this little variable box and play around with the arrows. Perfect. So let's go ahead and start editing these elements. I can click on this first element here, which is a heading, and instead of numbers speak, just to change it up, I will write numbers about Sam. And let's go to ChatGPT in order to find a little subheader over here. And I'm going to give it a prompt and say, write me a subheading for, and then I'm going to just put some quotation marks, numbers about Sam. Hit enter. This is a little bit too technical for me, for my liking, so I'm going to regenerate. I'm going to regenerate a third time. Let's just copy this section here, accomplishments that define Sam's yoga journey. So let's hit copy, go back to Elementor, and let's paste it in this section. Okay. Now these elements, when I click on edit, it's a counter element. And you've seen me use this in my previous videos. But if you have not, I will go over what it is. So this counter element allows an animation to occur from the starting number to the ending number. We're able to add a prefix or a suffix. In this case, we have the plus sign. And we're able to edit the duration in milliseconds. So in this case, it will take 2000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds, in order for this animation to go from 0 to 7. You're able to change the title, of course. And if we go into style, we're able to change the text color, typography for both the number and the title. So let's go back to content. And as an example, let's say I wanted to change this to 10 years of experience. All we have to do is change the ending number to 10. And we can see that our counter now goes up to 10. I can make this 3000 if I want to. And we can see that it is a slower transition from 0 to 10. So here we have years of experience. We also have happy clients. And here we have programs and trainings. I like the years of experience and happy clients. But let's change this last one by clicking on this edit counter button. And let's change the title to yoga poses performed. Now let's put a crazy number such as 50,000. Let's add a prefix, and I can just simply put the word over, or I can do a greater than symbol like that. And in this case, I do want 1,000 separator. So let's click on show. Perfect. We can zoom out a little bit more. And I want some text for these counters. So let's go to ChatGPT. The first one we're going to do is years of experience. Oops. Let's do Control Z. Oh, what happened here? I lost this word. Where did it go? I think it will be okay. Let's quickly click on update and go back to my website tab and click on refresh. And we can see that years of experience is okay over here, as well as happy clients, yoga poses performed. If we go back to ChatGPT, I'm just going to simply refresh this page. Sometimes when you encounter an error, you just need to refresh the page after updating, of course. So let's refresh. And let's scroll down. And sure enough, everything is okay. Let's close this pop-up over here. Now 10 years of experience, go to ChatGPT and I'm gonna give it a prompt. Write me a subheading for, and then quotation marks, 10 plus years experience. Let's copy this text over here. Go back to Elementor, click on this dummy text, highlight it all over on the left, and paste the text from ChatGPT. Perfect. We need one for happy clients and yoga poses performed. So let's go back to ChatGPT, and the prompt will simply be, now do the same for, and then quotation marks, and I have 750 happy clients. Okay. Let's select this sentence here, go back to Elementor, click in this area, select the dummy text and paste. And the last section will be yoga poses performed. Let's go back to ChatGPT and I'm gonna write, now do the same for quotation marks over 50,000 yoga poses performed. Let's copy this, or I can click on regenerate if I'm not happy. And let's regenerate a third time for the fun of it. Okay, let's copy this section, go back to Elementor, click on the dummy text, select it all, and paste. Now we have our numbers about Sam section complete for now. And if you stay tuned, I will be showing you how to add styling elements. Let's click on update one last time. Let's go back to my website and click on refresh. So now we can see that our numbers about Sam section is complete with the correct counters, animations, as well as the fixed background. Let's work on the next little bit, a section over here. And if you've made it this far into this tutorial and find this information helpful, I would really appreciate a like on this video and consider subscribing in order to stay tuned for more content. So this next section over here, every time I say next section, it's because we literally have a section with elements. The previous section is this big section over here. Within this section, we can have subsections, but this is always the main section. This is a main section, main section, main section. So this section was complete. This is an intersection within a section. Now the next section is truly this one over here. So once again, we have a fixed background. However, the background is not on the full section. The full section background, if we click on these edit section buttons over here and go to style, we can see that there is actually no background present. The background lies in this column over here. Now, if I click on edit column and I go to style, we can see that we have our image over here, which is fixed, and we have a background overlay as previous section. So let's go back to the background. Once again, I can change this image and I can upload an image. Let's upload this image over here and click on select. And perhaps I do not like how this is clashing with my other images over here. So let's replace it. Once again, I can do choose image. I can choose another image uploaded, or I can upload a new image altogether. This one is a little bit more neutral. It's just an image of a yoga studio with some plants. Let's click select. And we can now see, excuse me, that we have a nice background over here. If you want to edit this image over here, we can click on edit image and once again choose image and upload files. And I'm going to choose this image over here and hit select. Now we have a beautiful section over here of the benefits of yoga with some dummy text that we will replace in ChatGPT, and a button that right now, if we click on edit button, we can see that it is not linked to any page. And if you stay tuned to the end of the video, I'm going to show you how to link all the buttons to the correct pages. Let's go ahead and change this dummy text. Let's go back to ChatGPT and I'm going to write a prompt and say, write me a text piece about the benefits of yoga, comma, and now I'm going to give it some extra information for this prompt. We can say keep it under 300 words, use the first person, my name is Sam. Let's start with this and let's hit enter. And ChatGPT is going to come up with a response. Okay, that's clearly giving me a lot of text. And I want to simply replace one or two small paragraphs over here. So let's select all of this as an example and do Control C to copy and go back to Elementor, select this dummy text, delete it, and let's paste my text from ChatGPT and see how it looks. Okay, it does not look too bad. If I'm concerned with the text clashing too much with this image, I can once again go back to my column settings. And if I go to the background overlay, I can start increasing this value until I feel that the clash is less evident. Let's leave it somewhere here for now. And let's click on update. Perfect. And if we scroll down to the next section, we have an area of client reviews and comments. Where we can once again change the text as well as images. So for starters, we have a nice heading over here, what my clients say about me. We can say reviews by happy clients, or we can just keep it simple and write happy clients. Now there is an image as well for some quotation marks over here. How do we access that? We have to click on this edit column button and go to style. And we can see that we have a quotation mark set for the background. This is an image. Feel free to change the image altogether or to add your own image. In order to add your own image at any point in this tutorial, you can click on the icon button over here, which opens up the elements of Elementor, where you can search for a widget or an element, or simply drag and drop. I can take, for example, this image over here, element, and drag it into screen, noting where the horizontal line is appearing. If I were to drop it here, we can see that it is going to be placed in between both of these subsections. However, if I were to drop it here, it will be placed at the bottom of this column. So be very careful where you drop. If I dropped here by accident, and I meant to bring it up over here, I simply need to click and hold this edit image icon, and now you can see I'm back in the drag mode, and I can drop it right here, for example, and start playing around with its settings. But for this example, I don't necessarily need one here. So I'm going to right click on the edit button and hit delete. So here we have 3 sections. If I click on one, this is a testimonial element. In order to find this, I could have clicked here and start typing testimonial. Here we see we have a testimonial element. The ones that are locked are reserved for the pro version of Elementor. Since we're using the free, this is this. So let's go back to edit testimonial. And in here, you're able to, once again, change the content. You're able to choose an image for your clients, as well as some image settings, the name, title, perhaps a link to their website or LinkedIn. So let's go to ChatGPT and ask for 3 different testimonials. So I'm going to give it a prompt. Write me 3 short testimonials for my happy clients. Very simple. Look at these nice ones here. So let's copy the first one. Go back to ChatGPT, and I'm going to paste my content in this box. Okay. It's a little bit long. Let's remove a sentence or 2. Perfect. ChatGPT even gave me a name. So let's go back here and paste. And feel free to change the title of your client. In this case, I can write student, and I can do the same for the next 2. So let's do that very quickly. I'm going to copy this, paste, copy, paste. Now let's reduce to keep it at 5 lines, and let's reduce this to keep it at 5 lines. We can change the names if we wanted to, but it's not necessary. Okay, the title if we wanted to. And the images if we wanted to. So this section looks good to me for now, and stay tuned till the end and I will show you how to add some gorgeous styling elements to our website. And if we scroll all the way down, we can see that we have our last section here, which is not editable in Elementor. And that's because this is part of the footer / above footer section, and that will have to be edited in the customizer, which we will do in another section. Therefore, this brings us down to our final section of our homepage. So I'm going to click on update. I'm going to go back to my website tab. Okay, this page I don't need open anymore. And I'm going to go back to my website tab. I'm going to scroll all the way up and I'm going to click on refresh. Let's see how it looks. Clearly, we can perhaps optimize the size of this logo and menu buttons. That's no problem. We have our landing page here. We have our different diverse styles of yoga. With our styling element and a background image. we have our awards and section, and we can see here that there is an issue with the logo and the background. There's two reasons for that. The first one is either that our background here is not set to the same white. And the second and the most realistic option that needs to be done is we need to actually cut this circle logo out of this box in order for it to be able to be placed anywhere. And it's going to depend on what screen you're working on. Sometimes it's hard to notice, but in this case, I just noticed now. And I'm curious to see if we have the same issue on top. Regardless, I am going to create this circular logo. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to leave a description link to a video of how to create a circular logo. But let's carry on. So we have my awards and certifications. It's a little bit brief over here, and that's because we're going to have a whole other section on my About Me page. We have our numbers about Sam with some counters and statistics about me, as well as a nice benefits of yoga page. Perhaps this button will bring me to a contact page, or perhaps it will bring me to a blog post or a YouTube video. So we'll see where this is going to bring us, so stay tuned. And a small section on our happy clients. And this is our above footer section, which we will edit in a later section. So let's continue. If you haven't already, please like this video and consider subscribing to my channel. It really encourages me to continue to create awesome content for everyone out there. So let's move on to the About Me page. And on this page, we have a little bit of a bio for myself with some social icons that I will show you how to edit. A few images which we will enhance and add more information. A repeat section of our accolades or our awards and certifications. And here we're going to add a more in-depth section compared to the one on the home page. There's another review over here, which I might delete, as well as our above footer and footer section, which we will edit in another section of this video. So let's scroll back to the top. And first things first, for this page, as usual, let's go straight into Edit with Elementor. Now that we're here, we can see that we have our first section, which appears over here. This is our header, which we have to edit in the customizer, which is found in an earlier section of this video. So for this section, once again, we have an image, a title with some heading and subheadings. So let's go ahead and start editing this section. Now I want ChatGPT to help me out on this one. So let's go to ChatGPT, and straight away, let's give it a prompt and say, write me a title, heading, subheading for my About Me page. Let's hit enter and see what happens. Okay, so Oops, this is a wrong tab. We can close this one. This was our home page. So let's put a title here or a heading. Welcome to my world of yoga and inner discovery. It's a little bit long, but let's try it anyway. So we can click on this edit heading element. Will bring us here. On the left hand side, I'm going to delete this and do paste. So it's a little bit long. Let's simply put my world of yoga. My world of yoga and inner discovery. That's okay. Let's go back to ChatGPT. And let's take this, a journey of transformation, unveiling the soul behind the yoga mat. Let's copy that, go back to Elementor, click our text editor element, highlight the dummy text, delete, and do paste. Okay. And what I would like to do is also add an image over here, just to give this page a little bit more life. So in order to do that, we're going to go to this button on the top left-hand side, which opens up all the elements that we have access to. We can either search for a widget by typing in image, for example, and here I'm going to be using just a simple image, or by searching through this drop-down menu, and we can see that it is basic element, so it appears right away. So let's click it and drag, and as you can see, depending on where the horizontal line is appearing, that is where the image will be dropped. So let's say I want to drop it below this text but above this little element here, which we'll get to in a moment. So let's drop it here, and we can see that we have an image placeholder. Don't worry about the size. We're going to edit all of this very shortly. So now what we need to do is go to choose image in order to edit this image. Once again, we're in our library, media library, or I can upload a new file. And in this case, I'm going to take this one from my desktop and drop it here. Okay. And I'm going to click on select. And now we have our image that uploaded. I'm going to click on update because I want to see how this looks like on our live website. So let's hit that. Let's go back to our dashboard page and open up my site in a new tab. You can either right click and select open in a new tab, or a trick is you can actually click the scroll wheel on your mouse, and in Chrome at least it will open up in a new tab. Just a little trick there. Okay, so let's go to my About Me page, and here we have our section About Me, my world of yoga and inner discovery. Right off the bat, I find that the image is a little bit too large, and perhaps we can put a background overlay and fade the strength of the image if we wanted to. So I want to reduce this image and perhaps reduce the padding over here. So back to Elementor, and we are in our edit image settings. I want to keep the full resolution of this image despite reducing the size. So this image size, we're going to change it to full. Perfect. And I'm going to go to style, and I'm going to start playing with the max width percentage over here. So let's increase this. 100% is where it was previously, so let's reduce this down to perhaps 60%. Perfect. And we wanted to reduce some of the padding up on top over here. In order to do that, I'm going to click on this edit section button. On the left-hand side, I'm going to go to advanced. And as you can see, there's an 80 pixel padding on top. I'm going to start reducing this number. Perhaps to about 40. And there will be some further padding adjustments needed as we reduce the logo in another section. But for now, let's leave it at 40. And just for reference, this is an icon. And the link, when you click this icon on our website, will bring us down to the About section. So here you can see that we have a hashtag about. So how does this work? This section, okay, when I click on edit section and I go to advanced, I'm able to assign a CSS ID. Basically, we're giving a nickname to this section. We're calling this whole section about. That's all you need to really understand in this moment. Such that I can go to a button or an icon and the link for when someone clicks on this icon will have to be hashtag about. So let's click on update and go back to my website tab and hit refresh. So we can see here that our padding has improved. We have the image size reduced, and we have this icon that when I click on it, it automatically scrolls the user down to the section that we specified, in this case, the About section. We will go over this more in our styling section of this video later on, because this will help us navigate pretty much the whole website. So once we are satisfied with this first section of the About Me page, we can scroll down to our next section over here and start the design process. So let's go to our Elementor page for the About Me. And let's scroll down to the next section. So we can see here that we're now editing this section over here. And these elements are actually found in the following intersection of this section. So for starters, I want to change my background image over here. So I'm going to click on the edit section button and I'm going to go to style. And once again, I will find my image selector over here. So let's click on choose image, go to upload files, and I'm going to bring this photo from my desktop and click on select. And you can see that we have our new image uploaded. Image size, we always keep it on full for the full resolution, despite the size being different. The attachment will remain at fixed in order to keep this fixed styling to the background image. And once again, if we scroll down in the edit section settings on the left to background overlay, we can see that in this case, there is an overlay of a gradient, not a classic single color, but a gradient. So the gradient in this case is going from a white with a hex value FFF to an off-white. And I just want to, I guess, give you guys a little insight of what's going on here. I will change this second color to a more dramatic color just to really show what's happening. So let's change the second color to perhaps a green. And when I start to play around with these location bars, we can see that I'm actually going to be building a gradient scheme going from these two colors. I can alternate the location of where the color is going to start and finish. And as you can see, this can be an interesting effect if I'm fading perhaps into, I don't know, different colors of images and I want to increase the dramatic effect. In this case, we have our icons here, social icons in this color. We can change the second color of our gradient to one of our global colors. So instead of clicking this color picker icon, I can click on this custom icon, which will open up global colors that are colors saved from our template. Excuse me. And we can go down and click on this first pink color. And we can see it fading nicely into this color. I'm able to edit once again the location of the colors. And as we saw in another section, I can play around with the opacity. So I can make this background image, background overlay more intense or less intense. At any time, you can do Control Z to undo the recent slider position. Okay. If I'm finding this pink a little bit too intense still, I can then click on this color picker icon. And by moving this slider, I can actually make that pink more transparent. If you see what's happening here. So let's leave it somewhere like this. For now, at least. I'm going to then change my name, of course. And as you know from my previous videos, I always use Sam Adams. Let's go to ChatGPT to put some text over here. And I'm going to give it a prompt saying, write me a short bio about myself. Let this load. And of course, ChatGPT remembered all my previous prompts from previous sections. I didn't have to repeat it. Therefore, it remembers that I have over a decade of experience. So let's copy perhaps these 3 paragraphs, Control C. Let's go back to Elementor and click on this section, which opens up the text editor. I can then select all the dummy text, delete, and do Control V to paste. And here we have some text that appeared. feel free to add or remove. Next, what I want to do is perhaps add some emphasis on this title, which I will do for this one. And keep in mind that at the end of the video in the styling section, I'm going to go into more tips and tricks to make your elements pop. But for now, let's click on Edit Heading, and we can go to Style. And in the typography section on the left, I'm going to click on this Edit button. I will then go down to Weight. And from here, it's a matter of playing with the values once you click here. So this is 700 bold. This is 800 extra bold. Sometimes there is a maximum, so let's leave it at 700 bold. And let's go ahead and click on Update. And let's go back to our website page and hit refresh. And let's scroll down a little bit. Here we see there is something called a shape divider. This is basically supposed to be a smooth transition from this first page to the second page. I will show you how to edit this right now quickly, but there will be more shape divider discussions in the styling section. So we'll keep note of that. And for this section over here, we have my name and a little bit of a bio. I will show you how to edit these icons just in a moment. And perhaps I want to also add an image over here. And we will finish off this section with these elements to be edited as well. So back to Elementor. First things first, like I said, I want to edit this shape divider to remove this color contrast. In order to do that, I need to click on this section button, Edit Section. And in the Style tab, I'm going to scroll down to Shape Divider. We can see that right now there is a shape divider on top called Waves Brush. And what we need to edit right now, most importantly, is the color. So let's click on this perhaps global color here, and we need to find what this background color is in our saved colors. I'm not sure if it is there or not. So in order to find this background color, I'm going to go up to this section, actually click on Edit Section, go to Style, Background, and actually it appears that the background is simply a white. So if we go back to this section here and go to our shape divider, you can see that it is actually placed in an off-white. So let's just simply find our white color, which will be here. And how do we know it's pure white? Because the hex is FFF. So let's click on that. Now I'm going to click on Update and go back to my website and hit refresh just to confirm. And we can see now that we have a smooth transition from our first section to our second section. Okay, perfect. So next up, we're going to go back to Elementor. And I want to add an image on this side. We can see once again we have a column here, because when I hover over this section, we have a column button here. And if I go to the right hand side, we also have a column over here with a small little plus symbol, which allows me to either click into here, which brings me to our elements setting, elements library to drag and drop, or I could have been in another section and I could have perhaps dragged an element from here into this section. But for now, we're going to keep this back to where it was. And I want to bring an image into this column. So let's go to this Elements tab. Once again, I'm going to find my image element and drag it into this column. And I'm going to let go. Okay, it appeared that Elementor froze. It's not a problem. Let's try dragging it one more time. Okay, perfect. So our image is now in the column. Now let's go ahead and choose an image. Back to upload files. And I'm going to drag an image of this woman from my desktop and click on select. Now, of course, we can see that the image is slightly large. So let's, first of all, the image size can put back to full for the resolution. I'm going to go to the Style tab of the settings and bring the max width to perhaps somewhere around here. This is 70%. Okay, let's click on update. Let's go back to my website and hit refresh. So this is my bio section. Perhaps the contrast of the text and the background needs to be adjusted. And I will show you how to do that definitely in the styling section. But for now, structurally, this section is looking pretty great. Let's go back to Elementor. Now in this section, we have an element called social icons. So these social icons allows us to add or remove certain social media accounts that we have. Let's say, for example, I don't have Google Plus, so I want to remove this by clicking on the X. We can see that it updated the list down here. However, I want to add an item, so let's click on add, and instead of WordPress, I can select from a list of icons. And I can choose, this is an icon library that came with Elementor, nothing to download here. And let's say I want to add LinkedIn. I need to find the LinkedIn icon here. So I click on that and I will click insert. And now we have my LinkedIn section here. For each of these social icons, I can click on one and I can start typing in what my URL to my Facebook page, to my Instagram page, so on and so forth. For now, we will leave it like so. And let's finish off with these parts so that this section would be complete. So for here, we have some images along with a heading. It's a very simple section. And we can start editing these images one by one. First things first, we're going to need to choose the image. and we're going to go to upload files, and I'm going to drag a file from my desktop. We're going to select, and we can see now that my first image uploaded. We're going to do the same for the remaining two images by clicking on the edit image icon, content, choose image, upload files. I'm going to drag my second file, select it, and we'll do the same for the third one, where we have yoga instructor, author, and nutritionist. Now perhaps I want to add a little bit of text underneath. So let's go to my Elements button over here. And we can add either a text editor, an intersection, a heading. Let's add in a text editor over here. So we're going to click on it and drag it. You see, be careful. Had I dropped it here, remember the horizontal line determines where it will be dropped. I want to place it underneath this heading such that it remains in this column. Perfect. And over here, I want to put the same thing underneath, so I can either go back to my Elements menu and find it, or I can right click on copy. I can go to the element where I want to place this right below, which will be here, and I can right click over here and hit paste. And we can do the same thing for the third one, right click, paste. And now we have our three sections below. Let's go to ChatGPT and ask them to write us a few descriptions over here. So let's go to ChatGPT, and I'm going to give a prompt and say, write me a short description for my About Me page for the following sections, colon, I'm going to write yoga instructor, comma, author, comma, nutritionist. Now let's hit enter. Sure enough, ChatGPT is going to be giving me quite a large and extensive description. So let's go ahead and select just a little bit of this text. Maybe this sentence, copy, go back to About Me and select this dummy text over here. And let's click on paste. Perfect. Let's do the same for author and nutritionist. Let's copy this text, go back to Elementor, click here, and paste. For nutritionist, let's find a sentence like this one, copy it, back to Elementor, click on the section you want to edit, select all the dummy text, delete, and hit paste. I want to keep this on 3 lines like the other two, so let's click on this one over here, and let's remove a word or two. Let's remove this word, and sure enough, we are now on 3 lines. So this is looking pretty good. We can click on update. Now let's go back to our website in another tab, scroll to the top and hit refresh. And we can see that our About Me page is starting to come along quite nicely. Here we have our sections. And stay tuned till the end of the video where I post tips and styling tricks in order to really make all the elements pop on your page. So let's scroll down, and now we have the next few sections to complete. So let's go back to my Elementor tab, and let's scroll down to the next section. For this next accolades section, we're going to go ahead and pretty much copy what is written on our home page, except that I'm going to be adding more details to this section than the home page. So in order to do this, we're going to need to go back to my website tab. I'm going to need to go back to my home page. And since we want to find information about this section and copy it, we're going to need to edit this page with Elementor. So now in the tab, we can see we are editing the home page with Elementor in this tab, while this tab we're editing the About Me page in Elementor. So please keep note of that. So on our home page, let's scroll down, and this section we have my logo and heading and subheading, along with 5 images. So if we compare it to my About Me page, I want to change this image to this, so I can right click over here and click on copy, go back to my About Me page, right click on the image edit icon and do paste. Oh, my apologies. We need to delete this one, so we can click, right click and delete. Perfect. And instead of accolades, I want my award certifications, so I can right click here, copy, right click on the element above where I want to paste and click on paste. I can delete this by right clicking and delete. And likewise, I want this text, so I can actually just click on it and copy this text. Go back to my About Me, click over here, highlight and do paste. Perhaps I want to have this little text longer because it's going to be a more developed section than the home page. So I'm actually going to take this text, which I already copied. I'm going to go to ChatGPT, and I'm going to give it a prompt and say, expand this sentence to make it 2 or 3 times longer. Then I'm going to do colon space. I'm going to paste that sentence and hit enter. Give this a moment. And sure enough, it gave us a little bit too much. So let's copy perhaps a few sentences. Let's take all of this and do copy, go back to my Elementor About Me editor page, and let's paste it on top of this. All right. We can justify this text if we wanted to by going to style and aligning the text to justified, or we can align it to the left and to the right. Let's keep it justified. And below it, we have our section with 5 columns to put our images, which would have been just a copy paste from over here. So what we can do is right click on this edit intersection and do copy, and go back to my About Me page, and I can right click on this edit intersection and hit paste. So now we see that our section with our awards and certification has appeared. So I can go ahead and delete this intersection. Now, in order to make this a little bit more in-depth than the home page, we're going to need to add another element below this image. So I'm going to click on this icon up here. And if I either scroll down, this is how it usually appears. We can close this tab and go down to General. We can find some other elements, and I will use the toggle. So let's go down and let's click on this toggle and drag it to below this image. I'm going to drop it. And what I want to have here is kind of like a read more button. And in that case, I don't need two items in my toggle menu. So let's delete this second one. And I'm going to click on this toggle number 1 on the left, which brings me to its settings. Instead of toggle number 1, I can put a title and call it Read More. I can also add media, such as an image, by clicking on Add Media. And I can either upload as usual, or I can choose one from my gallery. Let's say I choose this one. I'm going to click on Insert into Post. I can then change the text over here by perhaps putting in a dummy text by going to ChatGPT, and I can say, write me a short description for the following award, and I believe it was called Flying Yoga. Flying Yoga Co. For the following award, let's just grab a sentence like that and do copy, go back to Elementor, select this text and hit paste. I can hit enter to add a space. Perfect. Now I can add some styling here, which I will go into more depth at the end of this video. But for now, we can go to the Style tab. We can play around with the border width of the actual toggle. Doesn't seem like much, but it is adding width to the bottom of it. We can add a border color to the Read More. What I'm interested definitely is to go into title, and we can change the background of the title as well as the color or active color. So we can leave the background as is. For color, we can click on either this icon here to find the color picker, or I can click on this global icon here and find a color that I want to select for my normal color. Let's go with a dark purple. And my active color, we can change it to our pink color. Therefore, when I go ahead and click on Read More, we can see that the title has changed color. And we have our image and text that appeared. There are some settings for an icon, which is this little tab thing. We can change the color of it as well, but we can leave it match the color of the title. We can add spacing if we like, or leave it at its default value. And of course, the content, which is this part over here, we can add a background to it, or we can change the typography. Now, what's left to do is to do the rest for the following items, which I will do in the background, and I will speed up this section. So just hang tight. All right, we are back, and I have completed the rest of the sections over here. As you can see, they each have their own read more button, which allows you to learn more about the specific award or certification. So let's go ahead and click on update and go back to my website. So I'm on my dashboard tab. I'm going to open up my website in a new tab and go to About Me. And when I scroll down, I have my awards and certification area. Once again, there's an issue with this logo and the background, which I will crop out and upload in the styling section of this tutorial. But for now, this section looks good, and we can open up each of my award or certification and we can see that we are greeted with the sections that we have added in Elementor. You'll notice that there's sometimes a issue with the padding and spacing. This is simply because I have very quickly chosen a few images that are of different size. So assuming that the sizes would be the same, the alignment would not have any issues with that. So we can go back to my Edit with Elementor page for About Me. Here we have another section to put another testimonial from a client of yours. Of course, we can edit each element as previously done, but for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to go ahead and remove this whole section by simply clicking on the X over here to delete. And what are we left with down here is once again the above footer and footer section, which can only be edited in the customizer. So let's click on Update. And one last time back to our About Me website page and hit on Refresh. And this is what we have so far. I'm liking the way that it's looking. We can click on this to scroll down. We have a section over here, which will require some future styling adjustments. As well as my 3 sections about what I like to do as an instructor, author, nutritionist. We have my awards and certifications with the logo edits to come later on. And our different toggles over here to learn more about each specific award or certification. We could have added a link to go to their website, for instance, or a video to bring them onto their YouTube page, for example. So this concludes our About Me page for my yoga website. The next page that we're going to work on is my classes page. And on this page, I will show you how to edit these elements with a primary focus on showcasing my classes and other services that I offer. I'll show you how to create a better pricing table than this, but we will use this as a base, as well as a coupon area where your visitors to your site can perhaps register and put in an email address, and they can receive a coupon code. We'll also have a FAQ section, which will be edited nicely with Elementor and filled in with ChatGPT. So, without further ado, let's jump right into the next section. All right. Before we jump right into the next section, I just want to take an opportunity and say if you've made it this far into this video and have enjoyed this content, please consider liking this video and subscribing to my channel. If you have any comments or questions about this specific video or any other web design related questions, please leave them in the comments below and I will definitely get back to each and every one of you. Alright, so for my classes page, what I'm thinking is to remove this section because we have this already on our home page. And we're going to add a more stylish type of pricing section over here. And we're going to edit the FAQ as well. So let's open up Edit with Elementor, making sure that we are on the right page that we want to edit. And let's go ahead and start editing this first section. So here we have a classes header where I can maybe write my classes and other services. Okay, I'm going to copy all this text and go into ChatGPT, and I'm going to give it a prompt and say, write me a heading for my classes page with, and then I'm going to do paste, with my classes and other services in mind. Hit enter. Let's click on copy, go back to Elementor, and let's do paste. Okay, you know what? Let's put transformative offerings. Let's put that here. And here, let's remove transformative offerings, explore my classes and other services. And back to ChatGPT, I will give it a prompt. Write me a short text box to put under that. Okay, sure enough, it's giving me more than I need. So let's go ahead and copy some text over here and go back to Elementor, click on the element we want to edit, highlight all of this, press delete, and paste from ChatGPT. Very quickly, we can go into style and justify the alignment. We can center it. Let's keep it at justified. Perfect. I want to also add an image over here. So let's go to my elements button and find the image, and let's drag it underneath this heading over here. Now let's go to choose image, upload files, and I'm gonna bring one from my desktop and click on select. Image size set to full, and go into style as shown earlier and play with the max width until you find an appropriate size. What if perhaps we wanted to put the image to the right of this heading over here? If we wanted to do that, we would simply have to drag this box like so. And then this image box, we can also start to drag it like so until it appears right next to it. And then we can play around with the max width setting once again. We can also edit this heading and align it to the left. We can go into advanced and start adding padding to the top. And Lastly, we need to add padding to this over here. So we can click on this edit text editor, go to advanced, unselect this link values together, and start adding padding to the top. If I am satisfied with this section, I can click on Update. I can go back to my dashboard and open up my website in a new tab and go to Classes page. And we can see that this is what our first section looks like on our page. Now, of course, there's some padding to be edited over here, which I will save for one of the last sections of this video where I do all the styling to my website elements. So we have explore my classes and other services. This section we said we wanted to delete, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's go back to Elementor and we can scroll down to this section, which we already have on another page. So I'm going to go ahead and right click on this icon and hit delete. And we can see that now we have some formatting issues over here, which I'm going to resolve right now. A big reason of this formatting issue is that this image carousel, if I click on edit and right away go to advanced, we can see that there's a negative margin here. The reason for that is it wanted to overlap this image from this section up to the above section. And we do that sometimes for styling effects, which we will get into later on, but for the time being, we need to bring this number back to 0. And we can see that the section now has correctly brought the contents down to the top of this section. So there's no more on the carousel, there's no more margin on top, there's just a margin at the bottom, which if we play around will raise or lower the bottom element. So now that we have this section over here, I want to add and actually edit this carousel by providing my own images. So if I click on edit image carousel and go into content, first things first is we need to select our images. So I can click on clear gallery. Are you sure you want to clear? Yes. Now we go into add images and previous steps are the same. I'm going to upload files this time from my desktop. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 images that I have dropped. We're going to let them load up. I'm going to click then on create a new gallery. This is our gallery right now, and I'm going to click on insert gallery. We can see that we have some settings to play around with here. So let's start by going down the list. First of all, image size is full. We can reduce this down to perhaps medium in this case for 300 by 300 pixels. That's a little bit small, maybe large. Let's keep this to full, and I will edit the images in another way in just a moment. Slides to show. We can choose 3, for instance, and we can have our users scroll through some images, or it might auto scroll as well. Slides to scroll per swipe, we can do 1. So as you click once, it goes through. Image stretch set to 0. Navigation, we can set this to none. Link to none. Caption to none. Additional options. Autoplay set to yes. Pause on hover we can set to no. Pause on interaction we can set to no, because these are just going to be images that are not going to be linked to anything. So we can leave it like that. Autoplay speed is set to 5 seconds. Let's set this to 1000 milliseconds or 1 second. Infinite loop, yes. Animation speed, we can set this lower if we wanted to move very quickly, or we can set it much higher if we wanted to animate much more smoothly. So this image carousel looks pretty good for now. We can go to style. We have image align. It can be aligned to the start, to the center, or to the end. I'm going to choose at the center. Spacing, we can set a custom spacing over here, where we can play around with a slider and choose the spacing in between the images. So let's say something like that, just to give it some spacing. Okay. Let's click on update and go back to my website over here, and let's refresh the page. So we have our classes page with a little bit of information and a nice little image carousel showing the different images of my classes. We're going to need to perhaps change the background as well to match the background of my page, which I will do in the styling section towards the end of the video. Let's keep scrolling down, and next we're going to tackle this pricing table as well as this coupon section. So let's go back to Elementor. And let's start editing this section over here. As you've noticed, we have one section with 3 columns. And what I would like to do is add a fourth column, where the third one will match the first 2. And the fourth one is going to be this summer code over here. Now, when adding and playing around with columns, you can get into some formatting trouble. So one way that I like to protect myself is by duplicating this section, working on the second one, and I can also revert back to the original at any point in time. So let's right click on this button and click on duplicate. Now we have 2 that are identical, and I can mess around with one without any fear of ruining the design. Now let's duplicate one of these columns to have a third one of this type. I'm going to right click on edit column, and I'm going to click on duplicate. Now you can see that we have 3 columns of a pricing table structure and 1 coupon to the right, evenly spaced. Let's go ahead and start editing this section. Instead of group coaching, private coaching, we can do private yoga. We can do group yoga. And for the last title, we can write nutrition plan. So So we have our three sections here. We have a price in the form of a heading to edit, as well as some descriptive text, and perhaps some features that we want to accent for our price over here. So let's go ahead and start editing this first one. We can do private yoga with this price over here. Let's go to ChatGPT and give it a prompt. Write me a description for my private yoga pricing table. Okay, we can stop right there. Let's copy this over here, go back into Elementor. Let's copy all of this and do paste. So it is a little bit long. And let's remove some of that text. Perfect. And likewise, we can edit this icon list. So we click on edit icon list and we have our three items. Feel free to change this into anything you like. So let's click on the first one. We have, of course, the icon. We can add a link to this icon, but we won't. We're going to add a piece of text, private yoga. We can put, for example, flexible hours. We can click on the second one and we can write at your home. And the third one, useful for the body, we can say multi-hour available, for instance. And I'm going to go ahead and do the same editing for the next two sections. And I'm going to also style this first one in order for you to see the styling potential that will take place at the end of this video. So please stay tuned, and in just a moment, I'm going to show you the finished pricing table over here. So hang tight, please. All right, so I've went ahead and completed the remaining 5 questions in our FAQ. And I've simply added them from ChatGPT. If we go back to our website over here, I'm going to scroll back up to the top of our classes page and hit refresh. And we can see that as we scroll down, we have our updated pricing plan that appeared with some buttons that we will link later on in the styling video section, of the video. I will also go over how exactly I've created this styling on these elements over here. And we updated our FAQ section with different toggles to answer the questions. And if we notice, we are done with our classes page. This will be corrected later in the video, as this is the footer and above footer and does not get customized unless we're in the customizer. So I'm currently satisfied with my classes page. And moving on to the next section, we have our publications page. And on this publications page, I will be displaying a few of my books that I have written as an author. And I will add a section in order to read about certain articles that I've written as well. So without further ado, let's jump right into the next section. We are now going to edit the publications page. And if you've made it this far into this video and are enjoying the content, please like the video and consider subscribing to my channel, as well as leaving any comments in the description below. This really helps me stay encouraged to continue to produce awesome content for everyone out there. So let's jump right in and click on Edit with Elementor. And for this page, we want to display, as an example, 3 books of mine, or perhaps a diet plan over here, since I'm also an author as well as a yogi. So let's start by editing this section over here. So we have publications. We can change this to my books and courses. Healthy books for reference. We can go to ChatGPT and we can give it a prompt and say, write me a header for, and then in quotation marks, my books and, what did I write exactly? My books and courses. Perfect. Give that a moment to populate. Now we can copy this and go back into publications. So this page, the classes Elementor editor page, we can close. And we go back to our publications and let's paste this over here. Let's remove the first little bit and keep it at embark on a journey of self-discovery and empowerment. Now we need a little bit of text over here. And we go back to ChatGPT and give it a prompt and say, write me a short text block to go under this. Give this a moment to populate. And let's grab this paragraph over here. I'm going to copy it, go back to publications, click on the element we want to edit, select it all, delete, and paste from ChatGPT. I would like to add an image here just to create some spacing. So let's go to the elements button and drag an image to in between this heading and this text document. So let's drop it right over here. And once again, we're going to go to choose image, upload files. I'm going to drag one from my desktop and click on select. Now we see that our image has updated. It's a little bit large. For image size, as usual, we keep it at full. And we're going to go into style and play around with the max width setting until we are content with the size of the image. We can click on update, go back to our dashboard and open up our website in a new tab. And let's go to the publications page where we have our landing page over here. There is some spacing to edit, which will be done in the styling section of this video, so please stay tuned till the end to view that. And as we scroll down, we have some information here. And we're going to start editing these books that I have written as an author. So back to my Elementor editor page. Let's scroll down over here. And for this first section, I'm going to change this name to Sam Adams. Yoga for Mind and Soul. Let's go to ChatGPT and give it a prompt and say, write me a book title and description about my yoga. Give this a moment. Now here is a book title. Yoga Unveiled. Embrace the journey within for radiant living. I'm going to copy this title, go back to Elementor. I'm going to click on the element I want to edit, highlight it all, and paste. So here we have our title of the book. And it has given us a description where I'm going to copy this text, go back to Elementor, click the element I want to edit, select all, delete, and paste from ChatGPT. And here we have a review of the book. So I can go to ChatGPT and write a prompt saying, provide me a quick review from a news source. Okay, this is a little bit long, so let's just copy a piece of text here. Go back to ChatGPT and let's edit this quote over here and hit on paste. And we can keep this health mag if we wanted to, or change the text to whichever. Now let's go ahead and edit this image where you would normally have put an image of a book cover of yours. And let's choose an image, upload files, and I'm going to bring one from my desktop over here. This is just representing a book cover instead of the dummy one that was placed. We can see that it is rather large. So once again, image size to full, and we go into style, excuse me, and play with the max width setting until we are content with the size. So here we have our first section describing our first book to purchase. And here we have a button which we can change the text to buy book. We can provide a link to perhaps an Amazon page or another bookstore page. Or an even more advanced technique is we can actually create an e-commerce store on our website and sell a physical or digital copy to our users. And I'm going to leave a link in the description to a video of mine where I did a full tutorial on how to create an e-commerce website. So for now, we're going to keep it all like this, and notice that there's a little basket icon here, and that's because in every button settings, we can actually use an icon taken from our icon library over here. So now that I'm happy with this book cover over here, we can continue down and do two similar things for these sections over here. So once again, the title will be Sam Adams, the author, Sam Adams. And let's go back to ChatGPT and write, give me another book example that I wrote. We're going to give it a moment. Here we have a nice title, Mindful Bliss, Embracing Serenity in a Chaotic World. So let's copy that, go back to Publications, click on the element we want to edit and paste. Let's keep this to 2 lines. So I'm going to remove the last bit over here. And I'm going to give another prompt to write me a short description about this book. Okay, so let's go ahead and maybe copy this section and paste it over here. It's a little bit long, so let's remove this bottom part. Here we go. And I'm going to do the same thing for this side, but first let's just quickly change this image as we always do. Let's grab this photo over here and click select and set the image to full. Now let's find a perhaps nutrition article over here or a nutrition plan that we can purchase. So now I'm going to give it another prompt and say, write me a meal plan title with a description. Okay, so here we have one called Nourish and Thrive, a holistic nutrition journey. I'm going to copy that, go back to ChatGPT, click the element I want to edit, paste it over there. Let's keep this to 2 lines just for the sake of balance. And let's take a chunk of this text, copy, and let's paste this over here. Once again, we have a few too many words. Let's just remove some of this text over here. Let's remove. Okay, and let's edit this image, upload files, and once again I'm going to grab a photo from my desktop and upload the file. So here we have the first book that we are showcasing, along with a second smaller one here, and a meal plan. So maybe over here I will write meal plan, and then instead of by book, I'm going to click on this edit button and write by plan to send us to a page to download our meal plan. So I'm pretty satisfied with the way this looks. So I'm going to click on update, go back to my publications page and refresh. And this is how it is looking at the moment. So we have our 3 publications here that I am showcasing. And in the next section, I want to add a list of perhaps articles that my visitors to my site can open up and read while staying on the same page. So in order to do that, we're going to go back to Elementor. Back on Elementor, I need to create my section for articles over here. I'm going to go ahead and click down here on this plus sign to add a new section, and for now we will keep it a 1-column structure. I could have made it 2, a 3, or a multiple structure with different layouts, but for now we will keep it a simple 1 column. Now we can see that this appeared over here, and I'm going to need to add something called, I'm going to go to my Elements tab. It is called a accordion element. So let's take this accordion and drag it over here and drop it. And here I'm able to have multiple elements where a user can open them up and read what's inside. I'm going to use this to display a few articles. Besides this accordion, I'm going to need a header. So let's go back to my elements, go back to basic, and let's drag a heading right above the accordion, as well as a text editor right below. So over here, I'm going to add a heading, and I will say, read some of my recent articles below. I will go to ChatGPT, give it a prompt to say, write me a subheading for some articles on my page. Let's regenerate. Let's regenerate one more time. Perfect. Let's copy that, go back to Elementor, click on the element we want to change, highlight all the text and paste. And let's skip a line and write, read my articles below. Okay, now I'm going to click on this element that I want to change is the accordion. Let's go back to ChatGPT and get some articles from my site. So let's write a prompt and say, write me 3 article titles along with the article itself. Keep the text under 400 words. Let's just see what happens here. So here's our first article being generated. Here is our second article being generated. And lastly, the third article being generated. Excellent. So let's go back to the first article title and copy that. Excuse me. Go back to our publications Elementor editor, and I'm going to click on this accordion that I want to edit. Click on accordion number 1, and I'm going to paste the title in the title section. Perfect. Now I'm going to go back to ChatGPT and grab that text of the article and copy that, go back to publications, and in the accordion setting over here, I'm I'm going to highlight all of the dummy text and delete, and I'm going to paste my article text. So now we see that our article has been pasted. And what I can also do is add an image to this article by skipping a line and going back up and clicking on Add Media. And once again, I can upload a file or use one found in my previous articles. So let's just select this image once again and do Insert into Post. And here we can see that our first article has pasted. Now we can further edit this image by aligning it perhaps to the right or keeping it centered. I like this look to the right, so let's keep it as so. So accordion 1 is complete. At the bottom of the text, I can just put my name. Okay. Now I can click on accordion number 2 and do the same thing. I'm going to take the title from ChatGPT, copy that, paste it in the title section here. Going back to ChatGPT, copying the text and pasting it here, as well as skipping a line, going back up and adding an image. Let's choose this one. And let's align this image to the right. And we need to add a third accordion here. So let's click on Add Item. And back to ChatGPT to grab the final article title. Let's copy, go back here and paste. Oops, let's paste it in the title. And let's grab the text over here, copy and paste it over here. And as before, we're going to add an image. Let's just select this one for argument's sake. And let's stick this on the right by aligning it right. Perfect. Now the last things we need to do is perhaps add some color to this section. So let's change this title by editing the heading, going into style, text color. We can make it our pink color. And over here, we can go to the text editor by clicking here, going to style, typography. Let's change the weight to perhaps 500 or 600. And we can go to our edit accordion settings, going into style, going into title, and we can change the color and active color as we wish. So let's change the normal color from this dark gray to perhaps the purple, and the active color we can change that into our pink color as so. So this is how our accordion looks, and as you open up an article, it will turn pink. Perfect. And likewise, there's settings for the icon. We can set it to the right-hand side or on the left-hand side. Perhaps we will keep it on the right-hand side. We can change the color, of course, of the icon. Maybe we want it to be this blue or pink. as well as the spacing. I like this look, so we can keep it as such. And finally, there's some settings for the content where we can change the color of the background. We can change the color of the content itself, as well as the typography, and play around with some padding settings. But for now, I am content with this section, so let's go ahead and click on Update. And let's go back to our website over here and go up to the top and hit refresh. So now as we scroll down, we have my books and courses with some information, as well as our books and meal plan that we are trying to promote, as well as a section for some of our recent articles, where we are free to add an infinite amount of articles over here. Followed by our above footer section and footer, which we will correct and edit in another section. There will also need to be some padding added over here. So let's go ahead and do that right now by going back into Elementor, finding the section that we need to edit, which is over here, clicking on Edit Section, going into Advanced. I'm going to unselect this value over here. This will link our values together. We do not want that. We want to edit them one by one. I'm going to close this so we can have a better view of the bottom. And when I go back here, I will start to add my padding on the bottom. As you see, by increasing the value, the padding increases. Let's put this at 50 just to try it out and hit update. Go back to my website page and hit refresh. And now we can see that there is some padding that was added over here. We will go over all the padding required in the styling section at the end of the video. So please stick around until then, because I'm going to be showing you all the tips and tricks to make your website look more beautiful. With that being said, I am content with the basic structure of my publications page. And that concludes the edit for this section. The final page needing to be edited is our Get Fit page, otherwise perhaps known as our Contact Us page. So we can keep it as Get Fit. It is a little catchy and different than simply saying Contact Us. And on this page, we have our address and business hours, as well as a form for a visitor to send a message, and a Google Map element over here, which I'm going to show you how to edit and display whatever piece of map you would like to. So without further ado, let's jump straight into editing this page. From here, we're going to click on Edit with Elementor. This brings us to our editor page for our Get Fit page. Here we have, once again, a header section where we can put some heading over here about our contact page. So let's go to ChatGPT and give it a prompt saying, write me a heading for my Contact Us page, comma, I called this page Get Fit. Let's see what kind of response we get. Let's copy this and go back to our Elementor page. This page we can close, it's our publications, but the get fit page, let's click over here, select all the text and paste it. And let's ask for a subheading. Write me a short subheading for this. Or rather another prompt, write me a piece of text to put under this. Okay, that's way too much. I clicked on regenerate by mistake. That's okay. Let's select this paragraph over here, go back to Elementor, click the element we want to edit, select it all, and let's paste it. Okay, perfect. We see that there is, once again, the page divider that we need to edit, and that will be done in the styling section at the end of the video, so stay tuned. Here we have an image that we are able to change to anything we want. And as we scroll down, we have a section for my studio address. We can change the text. Here we can put whatever address we want. This is a dummy text that came with the Astra theme, but I can change this to any other address I want, such as 1234, my street name, my city, state. Why not? Fitness hours, we can change this to perhaps contact hours. And we are free to change the text in these headings, as well as the time slots. Let's change my contact hours from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. And we can leave this like this for the weekend hours. And let's add an image next to this studio address. So in order to do that, I'm going to duplicate this column by right-clicking and hitting on duplicate. I'm going to delete the contents inside by clicking and hitting delete on my keyboard. Delete this intersection, delete this intersection. And I'm going to take an image element from the left and drag it over here. And I'm going to once again choose an image. Let's choose this one. Once again, setting the image to full, and I can play around with the max width to make it bigger or smaller as I wish. Let's leave it like so. And for this section over here, we have another heading. Let's change this to send me a message. This section over here, when I click on edit, this is not an Elementor element. This is actually a shortcode, and this shortcode corresponds to our WP Forms plugin. Now, if we go back to dashboard very quickly, if you remember from the beginning of the video that in our plugins page, as we installed our Astra theme, we have WP Forms Lite that got installed as well. Now, what is WP Forms Lite? On the left-hand side, if we click on WP Forms, excuse me, we can see that WP Forms is a plugin used to create contact forms. Now, over here, we have a form called contact form with shortcode WP Forms ID 6. Now you don't need to get too confused over here. All you need to know is that back in Elementor over here, we can see that there's a shortcode WP Forms ID 6 with a bunch of other elements to this code. And basically, if we go back to WP Forms and I click on this form, it opens up a default form that got created in WP Forms, which allows the visitors to leave their name, email, subject, and message. Now, all of this is customizable. You can create any form that you like, and I'm going to create a video in the future just on creating forms with WP Forms. So for now, we can close this. And let's go back to Elementor over here. So there's nothing to edit. This element over here, when I click on this button, it is a Google Map element where I'm able to input any location over here. Let's say I want to put New York City. It's not a very specific address, but you can be as specific as you want. I can zoom in and out of the map. We can go as zoomed out as we want, or as zoomed in as we wish. And from here, we can change the height of the map. So let's do Control Z to put it back to where it was. And once again, we have our social icons over here, where we can edit and add and remove as we wish. This follows the same procedure as explained in previous section. So with that being said, this contact page is complete. It does not have to be too voluminous in terms of elements. It should be a straight to the point page where your visitors can find your contact information and request any other questions that they may have. So with that being said, I am content with the structure of this contact page. And stay tuned till the end where I will show you how to edit some of the styling elements here. We're going to need to fix this color as well as elements styling for all my other pages. So now that we are done with this contact page, I'm going to click on Update. And I'm going to go back to my dashboard page here and open up my website in a new tab. And I'm going to go to my Get Fit page, where we see we have our updated contact information. Now, the final thing to do before we really dive into the styling of this website is we're going to need to update this above footer section and perhaps the footer as well. In order to do that, we're going to need to open up not Elementor, but the customizer. So we will need to click on Customize this page. So let's click over here. And now that we are on this page, we can scroll all the way down to our above footer and footer section. We can see that an edit icon has appeared when we hover over it. So let's click this button, and we are now in the footer customizer settings. Now, we need to be careful over here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So in this section, we can see that we have, in fact, 3 columns, and below we have all the elements that are represented in our page over here. So for this footer, I'm going to go to design, and we clearly have a background image over here that needs to be replaced. So I'm going to click on background. I'm going to go to image. I'm going to set a background image. And once again, I could upload an image from my website. Sorry, from my desktop. And click on select. And now we can see that we have our image that got replaced over here. If we go into more settings, we have an image position, we have an attachment. So my attachment, I want to fix it as I have in my other sections. I want to add an overlay once again to this image, very similar to Elementor. So I'm going to click on Classic. I'm going to choose a white color, and I will need to drag this. It's hard to see, but there's a second slider over here for the transparency. So I'm going to go back to white. Oops, what happened here? So we have background, image, more settings. Right, so let's drag this slider over here, which is going to add or remove the opacity. Let's keep it somewhat light, like so. And from here, we can see that we have successfully changed the background. Let's make it slightly less transparent. And let's edit the text over here. So we need to click on this edit widget. We also can notice that on the bottom here, we have widget 1, which represents this text box over here. We also have HTML1, which is another HTML box, which is going to be the text over here, powered by. Once again, we have a site title shortcode, which is just going to spit out whatever site title we have. So if we change it one day from Studio Sam, Yoga Instructor to another name, the site title is going to update on its own. Similarly, for the copyright, we have copyright, current year, and site title. No problems. So let's go back to editing this widget number 1. Join hundreds of healthy people. We can simply write join my newsletter. Here, I'm going to find a piece of text from ChatGPT. I'm going to say, write me a piece of text to go under join my newsletter. Give this a moment to populate. And let's simply take a small section of this text, copy that, go back to our customizer page, and let's paste it right over here. Perfect. Now I'm going to click on publish. I'm going to go back to my dashboard over here and open up my website in a new tab. And if you notice, we were on the get fit page. However, our footer settings apply to every single page and not just our single get fit page. So it doesn't matter which page we're on, we're going to have our footer section over here. Now you're going to say, well, we are missing a link to actually join the newsletter. So how do we add that? In order to add that, we need to go back to our customizer over here. Once we're in our customizer, we're going to need to add a section block over here, which is going to request an email address. And in order to do that, we need to add a block. So if we go down to the bottom section here, we see that we have widget 1, which corresponds to this text. And here we have, once again, 2 spots to put an element, because this primary footer is split into 3 columns. So let's click on this button over here, and we need to add a widget over here. This widget that we need to add needs to come from WP Forms, as explained earlier, because WP Forms is going to be the form plugin required to create an entry for an email address. So let's go ahead and try one of these widgets. Let's click on widget 2. Okay. And then we click on this widget 2 down here on the bottom. From here, we need to click on add a block. And from here, we need to start searching by typing WP Forms. And we have 2 options. Let's try the first option for now. And from here, we need to select our form. Now we only have one form available, which is our contact form, which is the same form that's over here. If I select that form, we can see that the whole form is now in this section, and perhaps we only want the email address in this section. In order to do that, I'm going to very quickly create a new form in WP Forms. So let's go back to WP Forms. So I'm on the left-hand side of my dashboard page. I'm going to click WP Forms. And let's click on Add New. From here, we're going to find a simple template, or we can create our own. Let's just create our own. We're going to call it footer subscribe. Okay. And start with a blank form. Perfect. And on the left-hand side, these are the fields for the form. We're going to simply put email. Let's put name, and let's click on email. So now we have name, email. Now if we click on perhaps name, we can actually remove the need for last by going to advanced, or rather general, name, format, first, last. Let's keep it just simple, just the name, and email with a submit button. Now let's click on save. Now let's exit by clicking on the exit over here. We can now see that we have a new form, footer subscribe, with a new shortcode. So for the footer subscribe, let's go back to our customizer here. And in order to find the new form, we're going to need to refresh this page altogether. So let's first click on publish. Okay, and now let's click on refresh the page. So we're still in Customizer. I'm still going to go down to my footer section and click on Edit. So this widget, I can now find my footer subscribe, where we have my name and email. And as you've noticed, still we have a blank section here in this row where I'm going to add my logo. So let's click over here, add element. Let's click on widget number 4. Now we need to click on this widget over here. We need to add a block, and I'm going to select image, and I'm going to upload an image, or rather I'm going to find my logo and upload my logo. Once again, I'm going to need to edit in the styling section all my logos to put my transparent circular logo instead of this one. But for now, it does the trick, and we have our element from WP Forms here. I'm going to click on Publish and go back to my website and click on Refresh. So this is what my footer and above footer sections are looking like. And by doing so, I believe that we have completed the structure and pages for the whole website. All that we are missing is some styling settings for padding to add more animations and life to the elements. There is some more padding over here to be done. And we have our footer over here, where I might further add and modify some text in order to remove some contrasting color clashing that's going on. So I believe we are now ready to jump into the next section, which is going to be the styling, and I hope you are enjoying this tutorial. All right, we've made it to the last section of this tutorial. This is where I'm going to apply all the different styling techniques to my elements on the website to really add some animation and life to the navigation and the user experience. And if you've made it this far, I'd like to remind everyone to please give a thumbs up on this video, as well as leaving any comments below. And if you haven't already subscribed to my channel, you may do so to stay up to date with any new content that I release. So without further ado, let's get into the styling. First things first, we have mentioned earlier in this tutorial that I needed to create a circular logo where I cut out the mismatched white part and really have a transparent circle over here. So I've done that, and I'm going to go ahead and replace my logo in the header first of all. So let's click on Customize, and I'm going to click on this logo edit button over here, and I'm going to change my logo. I'm going to upload a file. Sorry, that is on my desktop, which is the same as before, except that it is now a simple circle with a transparent background. So I'm going to click on select. In this case, I'm going to crop just around the circle. I'm going to click on crop image, and it may not be apparent right now, but in the following sections I'm going to do the same and it will really show the difference. Let's also shrink this logo just a bit. So instead of 150 pixels, we can bring this down to perhaps 120. For the menu, I would like to make the item slightly larger. So let's click on this edit button here, and I'm going to go into design. And from design, I'm going to scroll down to the menu font. I'm going to click this edit button, and I'm going to increase this font size. Oops, clearly a little bit too much. Let's choose a size of 20. Okay. While I'm in this menu settings over here, I'm also going to go and change this menu hover style, where instead of none, I can select perhaps underline. So when I go over a menu item, it will underline. First of all, let's click on publish, and let's refresh this page just to see our changes. So here we can see our logo has shrunk and our menu now underlines as we go along. If we go back to the menu edit and into design, we can go and change it to zoom in, and there's as well overline. So I'm going to keep it at underline. And I am satisfied with this header section over here. So I'm going to click on publish. And I'm going to exit the customizer menu for now. And now we can see that our header has improved from the last time. Let's scroll down and start adding styling to our landing page over here. In this case, I'm going to edit with Elementor, but I'm actually going to right click and open in a new tab, just so I can keep our website open in another tab. Now that I'm in Elementor, once again, I'm going to close the navigator, and we're going to start adding styling to these elements. First thing I'm going to do is click on this heading, and I'm going to go to advanced. I'm going to go to motion effects, and I'm going to add a entrance animation to this heading. And I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to look for one that's called zoom in. If we don't like that one, I think I prefer bounce in. We can change the duration of the animation to fast, and we can delay this whole animation by perhaps half a second, which will be 500 milliseconds. Now I can do the same for the other elements on this page by clicking on this text editor button, going to advanced, motion effects, entrance, let's do bounce in, fast, and let's add another half a second. So that will be now 1000 milliseconds. And for the contact me button, I'm going to click on that, go to advanced, motion effects, entrance, bounce in, fast, and let's do, in this case, 1250 milliseconds. Perfect. Now I'm going to click on update,
go back to my website. And now when I click on refresh, we can see that our elements have appeared with our nice styling effects. So let's go back to Elementor real quick. And since I am going to finalize this section, let's show you how to link this button to our Get Fit page. So let's click on this. We are already in the Edit button section. And if we go to Content and under Link, I can either start typing the URL of my page or simply start typing the page that I want to add. And in this case, it's Get Fit. So I start by typing get, and now I'm at Get Fit. So my URL has appeared over here. And I'm going to click now on Update one last time and go back to my other tab and hit refresh. And we can see that our website is starting to take some shape. And this button, when I click on it, it brings us to our Get Fit page. So let's go back home. Let's go back to Elementor. Now let's scroll down. Here I have showed you in a previous section how to add these elements and the styling to these elements. We can add entrance animations to everything if we wanted to on this page. We can add an entrance element to this whole column, for example. So let's click on this column, Edit Column, go to Advanced, Motion Effects, Entrance Animation, and instead of bounce in, how about we do slide in and down. There's also slide in and up, or slide in and right. So let's do slide in and right. We can do normal animation duration, and we can do delay of half a second. Okay, I'm liking the way that this is looking. So let's scroll down. Okay, once again, we encounter my old logo over here. So let's go ahead right away and click on that and choose my image. And I need to choose my transparent logo, which is going to be this one, I believe. Correct, it's going to be this one. Let's select that. And we can see now that the logo is truly transparent around itself. And we can go ahead into style and play with the width. Okay, we are already reaching its maximum like so. Image size, let's click back full. Okay, that was the issue. Now when we go to style, we can play around. Okay, perfect. So let's leave it somewhere like that. And we need to add some padding in between this section and this section. So let's click on this edit intersection over here. And we're going to go to advanced, and we're going to unselect this link values together and start adding padding to the top. So let's keep adding until we are comfortable with the spacing. The spacing looks pretty clean to me. And let's start to add some styling effects. Once again, excuse me, I can add a entrance animation to my logo by going to Motion Effects, Entrance Animation, Fade In. We can slow it down, and we can add a delay of 250 milliseconds. We can do the same kind of fading on this heading over here. Fade in and up. We can go slow. We can do the same thing for this. Fade in and up. Slow. And this whole section over here, I can click on that, go to Advanced, Motion Effects, Entrance, Fade in and left. And let's slow it down. Okay. Now we already have an effect, a hover effect over here, but I'm going to add a even more animative effect. So let's click on this edit image. I'm going to go to Advanced. Instead of motion effect, I'm going to click on transform, and on hover, I'm going to click on scale, and I want to scale this, let's say 1.1, which pretty much means 10% greater than the image. So when I hover over it, we can see that it expands by 10%. Let's try 1.2 or 1.3. So that looks pretty good. Okay, perfect. Now I want to apply the same things to the other images here. So I'm going to go over here to Advanced, Transform, Hover, Scale 1.3, Advanced, Transform, Hover, Scale 1.3, and so on and so forth. I will leave the last one as it is. Okay, perfect. Let's click on Update and go back to our website tab and refresh the page. This is what we have so far. We have our section over here and a very nicely animated awards and certifications. Padding looks good to me. So let's scroll down and let's add something to this section over here. Back in Elementor, first of all, I want to change this color to our global color number 4. And I want to have that same highlighting effect where it will, on hover, scale each item in this. So let's go to this edit column, Advanced. Sorry, this will not be in, for the scaling, it cannot be applied to a column, but rather to an element of a column. So for instance, we can click on this counter and go to Advanced, Transform, Hover, and we can scale this to 1.3. So that when we hover over it, we have this nice little effect over here. And we can do the same over here by going to Advanced, Transform, Hover, Scale, and 1.3. Oops. Let's go back, okay. Here, transform, hover, scale, and 1.3. Advanced, transform, hover, scale, 1.3. And we can have, once again, this whole section. We can apply a motion effect and entrance animation. And we can choose something like bounce or shake, wobble. These are a little bit more extreme, but feel free to play around with them and find something. So that looks pretty good to me. Let's keep scrolling over here. And I'm going to apply a special overlay on this image by clicking on Edit Image, Style, Hover, and on Hover, I want to create a opacity filter. So we can see that by playing with the slider, when we hover over this image, it fades, but we can slow that down, lower it a little bit, just to add an effect. And we can increase this duration for it not to be so dramatic when we hover over it. Let's choose a value here. Something like that. And we can lower the opacity. We can also create a hover animation where when we hover over it, not only will the opacity appear, but it can, for example, bob. Or it can wobble on the top, a little extreme. Let's choose something like so. Perfect. And once again, we can add entrance animations to all the text and to all the buttons. And similarity to the other button, we can edit this button and fix the link to be going to our bfit page, sorry, our getFit page, and it's going to input the URL. Let's scroll down to the next section. I would like to add some padding over here first and foremost. So it's a little tough to see, but there's actually two sections, one on top of the other. We need to be careful here. And if we try to edit this one and go into advanced, unlink and start adding padding, okay, we can see that we did find the correct section over here. But if at any point we weren't sure, we can open up the navigator, and by clicking on a section or this section, we can see that the layout of the navigator is showing the contents of each section. So moving along, we have our Happy Clients section over here. And I want to add some special background effects to these cards over here, which are actually considered testimonials within a column. So how are we going to do this? I am going to edit this column, and I'm going to go into Style and into Border, and I'm going to add a border on hover only. The border type I'm going to select is solid. I'm going to add a width of 1. The color I'm going to choose is our saved color. As you can see, when I hover, it is now showing a border. I am also going to add a box shadow to this card by clicking on box shadow. And over here, I am going to actually need the hex value of my pink over here. So I'm going to click away. I'm going to click on this is my saved color here. I will click on this box and I'm going to just simply do Control C to copy this value. I'm going to go back to box shadow and I'm going to click here and do Control V to paste. So this is my pink, and now we can see that when I hover over the card, we have some kind of highlight action going. But I want to make this a bit more interesting. So let's click away from this color picker. I'm going to add a value of 1 over here, or 1 over here. And by doing so, it is going to, and a 1 over here. It's going to increase the spread of the highlight. Okay. And what I'm going to do is click away from this box, and on the border radius, keeping this locked together, I will start increasing this number such that it's going to start to round off the corners of the column. Okay, and I'm going to go into background and into hover, and I'm going to change the background color to our pink as well. So when I hover over the image, it's a bit extreme like that, but we can make the pink a little bit softer by going into this color over here, and reducing this value will increase the transparency. Let's keep going a little bit further. Okay, let's click on update and go back to my website just to see how it is looking like over here. Now let's click on refresh. This is all looking good. This is looking good as well. Our happy clients. So this is how the animation looks. If we go back to Elementor, into the border and hover, and into box shadow, we can see that our settings are appropriate for this box over here. So all I need to do is right click on this edit column and do copy, and I'm going to right click on the following column and hit paste style, and I'm going to do the same on the third one, right click and paste style. Perfect. So we reached the bottom of our home page in Elementor. This footer will need to be changed in the customizer. I need to update the logo for my transparent one. So let's click on update. And I can go ahead and actually close this tab. And I'm going to now go into my customize settings. And I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of my page where I can find my footer. And I need to change this logo, so I'm going to click over here. I'm going to hit replace, open media library, and I'm going to select the new cropped and cut logo over here. I'm going to select this image. And as you can see, my logo is nice and transparent in the background. I'm going to reduce the size just a tad, like so, a little bit more. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to now click on publish. And I'm going to close this page. And this is our home page right now. We have our landing page with some animation here. with the following section: my awards and certifications with my numbers, beautiful website picture over here, and my happy clients, and my correct logo down here. So this concludes the styling for the homepage. And of course, when we edit the header and footer settings in the customizer, it's going to apply to all the other pages as well. So stay tuned, and I'm going to go ahead and start fixing up the rest of the pages over here. All right, let's jump to the next page, my About Me page. And I'm not going to show you all the styling effects that I've done on the home page. I will not repeat them for you over here, but what I'm going to do is show you some new ones that can be applied. So far this is looking good. Keep in mind we can always change the animations for the entrance, or we can scale an image or element as shown previously. What we can do here is fix some padding for sure. So let's go into Edit with Elementor. And let's go down to the section over here where we have two different types of white and clearly a mismatch in padding. So we need to increase the bottom padding of this section over here. It's kind of hard to see, but there's one section that contains these three columns, and then there's another section here that is actually this section. So let's go into Advanced and unselect this value. Sorry, and we'll start adding some padding to the bottom until we are satisfied. That looks better. Something like 55. And we can go ahead and click on Update. And as we scroll down, we have our sections here. That's okay. Elementor is kind of funny sometimes when you're playing around with it. Okay. And for this section, let's add a animation to the section where when we hover over the section, I'm going to change the background. So let's click on Style and go to Hover. And on Hover, I'm going to change the background to a gradient. Where the first color is going to be white, and the second color can be our famous pink. So we can see that when we hover over the section, we get a nice hover color change. Let's start playing with these settings over here until we find something that we like. I'm happy with that. And of course, we can edit these images such that upon hover by going to transform, we can go to hover and scale, and we can set this to, for example, 1.3 as we did on the previous page. Let's click on Update, and I'm going to click on the top left and click on View Page. So we can see here that our padding got fixed, and our section, once we hover over it, has a nice background animation. Now let's go to my classes page, Once again, we can add all kinds of entrance animations and scaling animations over here. And that pretty much explains how we got this one in the previous section of the video. This is all done with the hovering aspect. And I'm going to show you how it looks like in Elementor. We have previously done that, so I'm going to simply click on one of these columns and go into Style. And it's a matter of playing around with the border and the box shadow settings. Perfect. And for this section here, what I'm going to show you how to do is add a shape divider. Now for a shape divider, it will be more interesting if we have a completely different background color over here. So first I'm going to change this background color by going to Edit section, Style, Background, and I'm going to choose a color, perhaps a light blue. That's a little bit too blue for me. How about a gray? Needs to be a light color. So like a white, but we can add a little bit of red into it. Okay, you're going to see why in just a moment. And I'm going to first copy this color. Now I'm going to go into this section and click on this Edit section button and go to Style. And if I scroll down to Shape Divider, I'm going to add one to the top, and we're going to select from the list perhaps mountains. But I need to choose a color as well, and this is where I'm going to paste my color. Okay, now it's perhaps a little bit hard to see, but there is in fact a continuation of this background color here into this color over here. We can play around with some height settings and width. And when I click on Update and go back to my website by clicking over here and View Page, we can see that when we scroll down, there is in fact a continuation of this section into the next. It's a little less pronounced because of the brightness of this pink, but in more exaggerated cases, such as on my About Me page, I believe we can see here that this is indeed another shape divider. So feel free to play around with shape dividers, and if you have any questions on that, please leave them in the section below and I will answer them. Now we have our publication page, and I'm going to actually edit this to enforce a more pronounced shadowing of these elements. And there's some padding issues to fix as well. So let's click on Edit with Elementor. And from here, I'm going to scroll down to this section where my book is being publicized. And I'm going to click first on this column over here because it already appears that there is a background over here. So let's click on Edit Column, Style, Border, and Box Shadow. We can see that there is already a box shadow element here, but I want to change this to my pink color. And if you have copied it from before, I'm going to simply paste my color. And I'm going to go more into the pink. Actually, by sliding it like so. Now we can see that the border is starting to appear. And by playing around with these settings, we can see what this border is doing. So it should definitely be in the positive horizontal value so that it's not going to cross over to this section over here. Likewise, we can play around with the vertical as well. And the blur, strength, as well as the spread. Now I'm going to want to roughly match the same on this side. So I'm going to click on this column here, style, border, box shadow, color. I'm going to paste, and actually the proper way, I'm going to go back to my other column here into the style, border, and box shadow. I'm going to actually copy this, go into this column over here, style, border, box shadow, and I'm going to paste the color here. Now that we have our color over here, I'm going to click away from this box, and I can start playing around with these settings such that we get the desired effect. And we can look at the other column over here in the border settings. We have 31, 21, 44, minus 15. Let's remember those numbers. And if we go back here into border and box shadow, this was 31, the vertical was 21, the blur value was 44 and minus 15. So if we go back here, we have 44 minus 15. Something like that. Feel free to play around with these values for it to correspond to however you want to showcase your information. And I would like to add some padding once again to this section. So let's go to advanced, and let's start adding some padding to the bottom, like so. And let's add some padding to the top of this section by clicking over here, going to advanced, and adding some padding to the top until you are satisfied with either the distances over here or this distance and the bottom distance. In that case, I'm going to increase it to 100 to the top and 100 at the bottom. Perfect. So feel free to add border settings to these columns, either on hover or just as it is standard. If we wanted to have just a normal border on this column, we can see we have two columns here. We have an intersection, so I'm going to add a border to this intersection by clicking here and going to style, border, normal, I'm going to select none, sorry, I'm going to select solid, width of 1 pixel, and we can choose whichever color we want. And I can do the same to this column by right-clicking and copy, right-click and paste style. So now we have our pink color as well. We can add some padding to this right side by clicking on the intersection, going into advanced, and adding some padding. I'm going to unlink and add some padding to the right hand side, perhaps 10 pixels or 20 pixels rather, And I'm going to do the same thing over here by adding 20 pixels. These animations of these buttons, when we click on this edit button and we go to style and on hover, we can see that there is a hover animation called float, and there's a huge selection of other types of animations. We also have a color change upon hovering as well. Okay, excellent. Now for this next section over here, it does not look too amazing, let's be honest. So for starters, let's add some padding to the top, like so. Let's add a value of 100. And let's add a shape divider over here, as well as changing the background of this section. So let's do that first by clicking edit section. Let's go into style and let's change the background type to a single color. For the sake of this example, I can find a light blue, and we'll keep it like so for now. And I'm going to add a shape divider to the top over here by clicking on shape divider, and on the top I'm going to select one. In this case, we can do mountains. I can change the width as well as the height of the mountains. Then we can keep it somewhat tamed like so. And the color over here needs to be the same as the color of the previous section. So if I click over here, I believe that this is our theme color 5, if I'm not mistaken. And there you have it. Now let's say, for example, I want this text to read a little bit better. I can make the background of this whole column a certain color by clicking on column, edit column, style, background normal, and let's add a color of simply white. Now we can go ahead and build out and customize all the rest of the elements as I showed you previously. But for now, I'm going to click on update and I'm going to exit and view the page. So on this page, I showed you how to add a border element like so, or a border element like so, and how to create a nice shape divider and change background colors. So this is looking okay for now. Lastly, on the Get Fit page, we can see that once again we have a shape divider over here that is incorrectly set, and we have some border backgrounds over here. So let's fix that shape divider by going to Edit in Elementor. And let's click on this button over here to edit the section, and going into Style and Shape Divider. And we need to change this color from pure white to theme color 5, I believe. Okay. And let's change that shape divider from waves brush. Let's do something like zigzag, and we can see that if we play around with these values, we can add some kind of shape divider effect over here. Studio address, and we have a shape divider only present at the top. Okay, I see what the issue was. These two backgrounds are actually the same color. So let's change this studio address background to white by going to background. Yes, and change this to pure white. Okay. And let's go back to shape divider and change this to our theme color 5. I was doing it wrong earlier. My apologies. And instead of zigzag, we can try something like curve. And we can play around with the curve in question. We can have it something like so. Studio address. Let's add some padding to this section by going to advanced. We can see there's 100 at the bottom, so right away I can add 100 at the top. And the colors of this map is a little bit funky because if we edit this Google Maps element and go into style, we can see that there's actually some CSS filters that were played around with. And feel free to play around yourself in order to find a color scheme that suits your website. In my instance, I'm going for more of a pink color. So something like this looks rather appropriate. And if I'm happy with that, I'm going to click on Update. And I'm going to exit and view page. So keep in mind that all of the styling elements that I went into more detail on my homepage can be applied to any other page. Certain styling settings, such as hover settings, can be applied to many different types of elements. It can be a whole column, or it can be a specific piece of heading, a counter, or an individual image. This concludes the styling section of this tutorial. Now we've discovered how to build our very own yoga website. But keep in mind that this website type of design can be applied to many different types of individuals and businesses, whether it is yoga or personal training or any kind of platform that requires you to display your types of work and some testimonials and some products. So this is a very versatile tutorial. And my name is Sam, and I want to thank you for listening to the end. And until next time, stay creative and keep pushing your learning potential. Thank you once again to all my viewers. Thanks for watching. If you've enjoyed this video, please consider liking and subscribing to my channel. This encourages me to create more and more content for everyone out there. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comment section below, and I will be sure to answer every single one of them. Until next time, my name is Sam. Thank you.